Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another session on polity and constitution. I hope I'm audible as well as visible. Okay, I believe others have joined. So let's begin our discussion for the day, starting with a quick recap of what we studied in the previous class. So, in the previous class, that is yesterday, we had taken up for discussion the presiding officers, that is the officers of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, the speaker in the Lok Sabha, the chairperson in the Rajya Sabha, their election, their removal under Article 94 for the speaker. Uh, we also saw the concept of speaker pro tempore, or commonly called speaker pro tem. Pro tempore basically means for the time being. Then we also saw the provisions for chairpersons, panel of chairpersons in Lok Sabha, then chairperson, deputy chairperson, and panel of vice chairpersons in the Rajya Sabha. Then their powers, independence, once a speaker, always a speaker, all these concepts were dealt with yesterday. Beyond that, we also looked into types of majorities, voting in the parliament, types of majorities. And after that, we saw the various types of majorities, which the important point being the special majorities, Article 249, Article 312, of course, Article 368 and Article 61. So we saw the reasons, as in when can these majorities be used, what is a majority like, and conditions, etc. for 249, 312. Then amendment to the Indian Constitution, Article 368. Finally, moving on to categories of bills, types of bills based on introduction, based on content. We saw private member bills, public bills, and then eventually moving on to passage of ordinary bills and special procedures with respect to money bills. That was the last point we had dealt with. We are about to discuss on what exactly would be a money bill, the definition of a money bill. That's we had left our discussion. So we'll take up the matter today. Before that, couple of questions that have come in the main examination from the topics taught yesterday. So once a speaker, always a speaker. Do you think this practice should be adopted to impart objectivity to the office of Speaker of Lok Sabha? So what do you think? Should we have this concept, once a speaker, always a speaker? Of course, not. Because if you have this concept, it violates the uh, democratic right of people of that area, of that constituency, to vote and choose a leader of their choice. So, in the introduction, we have to explain this concept, once a speaker, always a speaker. Explain the concept. Which concept? This concept. Then in the body, talk about why not, and also mention the very important elements of why we need the importance, or why we need the independence of speaker. Need for independence because of the functions he or she performs. Eventually, in the conclusion, talk about some suggestions. How can we further enhance their independence? Now, one more alternative could be that if you are reading current affairs properly, you would know why this question is asked. This question is asked in the sense that, do you think this practice should be adopted to impart more objectivity, more neutrality, more unbiased behavior? This means that in the recent times, speakers are not completely unbiased. So you can also start by giving recent examples of biasness allegations. For example, no discussion when it came to farm bills, right? Also, you can talk about how the opposition is not getting sufficient time to discuss on bills. Bills are being passed in a hurry. So all these things are there. You can also quote some state-based examples, which you will learn slowly and steadily. Now, beyond this, if you write this as the opening introduction, then your body becomes what? Explain the concept. Why not? And need for independence. And finally, your conclusion has to be suggestions. This would be a better approach, because now you have mentioned very clearly why, or you have at least portrayed this idea as to why this particular question is being asked in the first place. So no doubt in the mind of the evaluator that this fellow knows why a question is being asked. Otherwise, it may also be a concern for them that maybe the answer is very generic, so this person did not understand why the question was asked. So current examples, example, farm bills, bills being passed quickly, all these things are examples that can be quoted. Anyway, easy question, nothing much to write, just a 10 marker, 150 words, so don't explain too much, write concise points. Then last year, a question was asked, discuss the role of vice presidents of India as the chairman of Rajya Sabha. This is a straightforward question. Here you have to write the functions of chairperson Rajya Sabha. All the functions that the speaker performs, mention these things, okay? And not just this, apart from it, you also have to mention that point that, besides this, the speaker performs two additional functions which the vice president or the chairman of Rajya Sabha does not perform. Those are powers over money bills and what? Joint sittings. So mention these points as well. Okay, easy, straightforward, but yes, the point is that you need to know those functions performed by our what? Speakers or the chairperson. So 2 questions, you can write the answer now, refer to your videos from tablet, and same goes here. Okay. REIT, PM nahi padha tha. REIT, we don't need to study the PM separately. Okay. We have covered the important and relevant topics. Lakshmikant is not some book prescribed by UPSC. Okay. So if that book has bifurcated, I don't know why they have bifurcated. That is what is going to be taught. So the point here is that we need to collectively understand the concept of the PM and the Council of Ministers. There's nothing new in that particular chapter to offer. Oh, what else? No discussion of Adani issue. Okay, that can also be done. I mean, fair enough. Samiksha, what does once a speaker, always a speaker mean? I don't think I should answer this question. It was taught yesterday in detail. So please refer to yesterday's slides. Once a speaker, always a speaker means once you become a speaker, you continue to hold the post irrespective of change of party. Okay, you resign when you feel like resigning. That's it. Imparting objectivity means ensuring unbiased behavior. providing unbiased approach in performance. Samiksha, are you just copying the question? What is the role of Vice President of India as Chairman of Rajya Sabha? Functions performed by Chairman of Rajya Sabha. Surbhi, did I mention that you have a constituency in Rajya Sabha? No, right? So how did we come up with this idea? Rajya Sabha means you are an MP from an entire state, not from a small area. Why do you want to draw constituencies? Not required. For legislative councils, we'll discuss later on. Shivani, case story may not be important. Especially in most cases, case story is not important because it will never be asked in the examination. So don't focus on the case story. What was a fun-filled fact? If there is some very landmark judgment, maybe I'll explain the case also, if it is relevant. Otherwise, mostly just the statement suffices. Yes, Vishal, that can be mentioned. No, Cherub, not really. But you have to justify it with facts. Allegations may not have a nice, outlook. Sulekha, if there's a deadlock there, bill will not be passed. Simple. End of story. Femina will discuss this topic hopefully today. Guillotine closure. Conclusion in this question will be a simple, straightforward line wherein the Vice President, despite being the chairperson of Rajya Sabha, should exercise neutrality in the performance of his functions and ensure that the House runs smoothly, all the parties get opportunities to raise the right questions and have healthy discussion. That's it. Sneha, how to draw diagrams? I mean, this is polity. It may not be required sometimes to draw diagrams. So this drawing diagrams is not mandatory. This is a misconception that we have to draw diagrams. What will you draw? Photo of Vice President. So sometime if you have too many points to write, then maybe you can draw some kind of flow chart to summarize your answer when you have a lot of points and very few words to write. Okay. Yes, Saran, it would be appropriate to write all the functions as they are, not to modify the functions, right? Rakhi, what is this here? Always VP becomes a chairman. Yes, we know this, right? It's mandatory. Tarun, not really. That will be pushing. That is not VP's function. That is Rajya Sabha's special power. It has got nothing to do with VP's functions. Okay. Now, let's solve some questions, 5 questions for the day, and then we'll move on to our discussion. Okay? So you know the deal. 5 questions, 45 seconds. Start marking the answer. This is question number 1 for you. Okay, a lot of you have marked the correct answer. That's great. A very easy question. Which of the following is or are correct regarding the removal of Vice President? He can be impeached only on the charge of violation of Constitution. This is meant for the president, not for the vice president. No grounds are mentioned in the constitution. On removal of president, Chief Justice takes charge as VP. Why will CJI take charge as VP? It is only when the president dies and VP also dies, then the CJI becomes the what? President. But if the VP is not there, then the deputy chairperson will act as the chairperson of Rajya Sabha. What is the role of vice president? The VP has only one role. And what is that? The role of chairperson of Rajya Sabha. If he is not there, we already have a deputy who will take care of that particular role. So this is also wrong. D, neither one nor two. Second question. Oh, very few got this correct. All of the above. Amazing, huh? It can only be introduced in the Lok Sabha. Is it correct? Of course it is correct. One is correct. Right? As per the constitution, such bills can be introduced by ministers only. Did I explain yesterday that it is not mentioned in the constitution? It is as per convention. Do you remember it? Yes or no? Clearly no. So please remember that nothing is mentioned in the constitution regarding who will introduce such a bill. But as a matter of convention, only ministers bring such bills. Two is wrong. Then the president shall give his assent to such bill within 14 days. Nothing is mentioned like this. This is for Rajya Sabha, not for president. Wrong. Okay. As per Lok Sabha rules, Rajya Sabha recommendations, even though not binding, must be tabled in Lok Sabha for discussions. Did we study this kind of nonsense anywhere? Don't assume things on your own. So if something is there, I'll tell you. This was just a made-up statement, which makes no sense. 4 is also wrong. Consider the following statements. Not correct. C, 2, 3 and 4 are not correct. And even if you say, sir, I thought correct, then also how could you mark an answer for this? Right? A lot of you have marked all 4. Imagine you have made 3 mistakes. Not 1, but 3 mistakes. Are we clear? Anyway. Okay. Moving on to the third question for the day. Again, the same old story. A lot of you have marked the wrong answer. Anyway, With reference to the deputy chairperson, consider the following statements. He is nominated by the chairperson. Really? A deputy chairperson, is he nominated? Of course not. He is elected. Remember, election and removal in the same manner. Not correct. No grounds are mentioned in the constitution for his removal. That is true. No reason is mentioned. Right? Process is mentioned. But what ground? That's not mentioned. So 2 is correct. He may or may not be a member of the House. Right? It is mandatory for the deputy chairperson to be a member of the House. Chairperson of Rajya Sabha is a VP, but deputy chairperson has to be a member of the House. This is also wrong. So 2 is right, B, 2 only. Okay. Question number 4. This is an easy question. Please don't make a mistake here. Okay, 32% got this correct. Let's read. Constitutional amendment bills can only be introduced by a minister. This is wrong. In fact, this is where we had seen the concept of private member, non-ministers. So 1 is wrong. The president can only exercise suspensive veto. Sorry, the president has no veto power when it comes to constitutional amendment bills. So far, less than 100 amendments have been made. Now you'll say, sir, you never taught this. How many amendments? While we are discussing the SC/ST reservation, did I not tell you that the SC/ST reservation has been extended by the 104th Amendment Act 2019? If you had paid attention. So far, how many amendments have you made? 105 had been made. Anyway, so 105 have been made so far. But even if you did not do 105, this was something that you could have used to find that this is wrong. First day also, okay, first day also I said, so fair enough, that's okay. So D, none of the above. Last question for today. Take full 1 minute, full enjoyment of time. Okay, a lot of you got this correct. Seems to be slightly easy question. Okay. An authorization under 249 requires special majority or not less than 2/3 members present and voting. Absolutely correct. Laws made under such authorization are valid for 6 months from the date of law coming to force. No, 6 months after the end of authorization. It is obligatory on the parliament to make laws. No, it's optional. Nothing is obligatory. Okay. So of course A is correct. So A being the right answer. That's it for 5 questions. Please tell me your response. How did you perform? What is your feeling? And yes, today, because of certain issues, the leaderboard had been disabled, but now I made sure that it is made available, and for me also, it is not disabled now. Okay. So you can see your leaderboard. Be happy about it. You have no faith in me. So Charab, great. Abhijit Prasad, Devansh, Usha, and Vaishna. You guys are at rank 1, all 5 correct. Great. SS, Reet, Viswa, Shobhit, Tarun, Manish, Aditya, Natarajan, Praveen, Raki, Bhumika, Bala, Nitesh, Neel, Pallavi, Shivaji, so on and so forth are at 4 correct. Now, this is all I have. Nothing more. Okay. So, great. Congratulations to all those people. Let's see, the day is still there. Okay. So now let's move on, begin our discussion on the topics at hand. So first up, we had discussed this yesterday only. Article 109, I won't explain this point. In fact, you have solved a question also on this point. Article 109, this is money bill and the procedure. But the point is, what exactly is a money bill? So money bill, the definition is mentioned under Article 110. This is what is the definition of money bill. So a bill must contain only these provisions. Are you able to understand? Only, nothing else. That's it. Just these provisions. What all things? If the bill contains any imposition of tax, imposing some tax, removing some tax, for a small period of time, remitting some tax, modifying some tax, regulating some tax, that bill is called a money bill. Second, the regulation of borrowing of money out of by the government of India, or giving any guarantee by government of India, right? So such kind of bills which require borrowing of money or giving guarantee by government of India, these proposals are also called money bills. Number 3, the custody of consolidated fund or the contingency fund and the payment of monies into or the withdrawal of monies from such fund. So money coming into and money going out, that kind of proposal is called a money bill. Now this word monies is not a spelling mistake. Don't say, sir, what is this monies? What is monies? Monies means different forms of money. It can be in form of cash, in the form of gold, in the form of forex reserve. That is called monies, different forms of money. Anyway, so that's it. 3 points. Now, appropriation of money out of CFI. If any bill contains this proposal only, this provision only, nothing else, that I am taking out money from CFI, that is called a money bill. Okay. Then the declaring of any expenditure to be expenditure charged expenditure is also a money bill. Appropriation means what? Remember? Withdraw, appropriate. Okay. So we had discussed this word under CFI. I had mentioned this word under CFI, that slide, this word had come. No money can be appropriated from CFI without the authorization of the parliament by law. there also. Okay. Now, the receipt of money on account of CFI or public account, or the custody or issue of such money, or the audit of accounts, all such proposals are money bills. Are we clear? So when any such proposal is brought where you have to add some tax, remove some tax, modify some tax, etc., or there is some borrowing required. Let's say the government wants to take some money from IMF and the bill is brought. Parliament approve it. We want money from IMF. That bill is called a money bill. Or the government is giving guarantee. Like for your student loan, your father became a guarantor if you took a student loan, right? So that is called a guarantor. So if the states take any loan, the government of India becomes guarantor, right? So if there is any proposal where government of India is going to become a guarantor, then there also the bill is called a money bill, and so on and so forth. That's it. So basically, in short, a bill which relates to monetary matters only, no other matter. That's it. That is called a money bill. Ideally, don't expect UPSC to stoop to this low level and will ask you a question, define money bill. Unlikely. But you should roughly mug up the keywords in all these 6 clauses. And the 7th clause says, any matter which is incidental, which is related to any of the above mentioned matters, is also called a money bill. Clear? This is the definition of money bill as per Article 110 of the Indian Constitution. I hope no issue, no concern now. Clear, everyone? Okay. So this was money bill, a type of financial bill. Other 2 types of financial bills were financial bill type 1 and type 2. So how are these bills different? How are financial bills type 1 and type 2 different? See, don't go overboard on every term. Sir, what is the meaning of appropriation of monies out of, or what is this guarantee, sir? What is a financial obligation? It's okay. No need to worry about all these things. Roughly, you have to understand any imposition of tax, borrowing of money, giving government guarantee, custody of CFI, taking money out of CFI, charge expenditure, and receiving money on account of CFI or PAI or custody of such accounts, etc., is called a money bill. That's it. The more important point is that the money bill should contain only these provisions, nothing else. Because if there is any other provision there in the bill apart from these things, that becomes a financial bill, not a money bill. I'll repeat. If any proposal or any bill contains something mentioned here under Article 110 and some other things also, it becomes a financial bill type 1. How? Very simple example. Let us say this is an actual example. In our country, condition of roads is very bad. So government thought, let us improve the condition of roads. But for that, let's take money from people only. So the government said, we are going to impose cess on petrol and diesel. Okay. Cess is a tax which is collected, a form of tax collected which is spent for a particular purpose. So now you will say, sir, this is a money bill. It is imposing some kind of tax. But wait. This bill called Central Road Fund Bill also contained some other provision. Second provision was kept in CFI. Third provision, use the fund to do what? To improve national highways, rural roads, etc. Now tell me, does this bill contain only monetary provision? Of course not. This bill also contains some other general provisions like constructing roads, etc. This makes the bill not a money bill but a financial bill. Financial because yes, it contains some provisions mentioned under Article 110, but it contains other matters also which are of a general legislation. Okay, it contains not only any or all the matters mentioned in Article 110, but also other matters of general legislation. Are we clear? This is what is called a financial bill type 1. Now, couple of things. Such bills can be introduced only in the Lok Sabha and on the recommendation of the president only. This means, again, same thing. Ideally, only by minister. But beyond this, there are no special situations here. Rajya Sabha has equal powers in all other aspects with respect to passage, meaning Rajya Sabha needs to pass it, joint sittings can take place. So all other things are allowed except what? Except the fact that such bills can be brought only in the Lok Sabha with the prior permission of the president. Now, coming to a controversy, some people wanted to get this addressed. A very logical controversy was this Aadhaar bill. Aadhaar bill was a bill which was brought in the parliament and was passed as a money bill. Government said Aadhaar bill is money bill because of this criteria. D. Guys, WRT, right from day one we are discussing this with respect to, come on here. Every day I see the SMEs responding to this with respect to. After 7 days, if you ask me what is WRT, it's basic English abbreviation used everywhere. This is disheartening completely. And I've seen this answer at least 10, 15 times, 3, 4 times every day for the past 6, 7 days. Anyway, now for everyone, please understand, WRT, we are discussing on such important matters and we are stuck on these abbreviations which are largely used in English language very commonly. Anyway, please focus on the point at hand, which is way more important. WRT for everybody means with respect to. Okay. So, Aadhaar bill, government said, what is this Aadhaar? Aadhaar is a unique ID number. But the real purpose of Aadhaar is to give direct money in the account of a poor person. Because when we transfer money to some poor people, we are transferring it through what? Through some channels. And then the money is lost. Corruption. Now, send money directly in the account. Don't send food, don't send anything else. Money, cash, directly in the account. Direct transfer of benefits. So what is that? How is money coming from? Or where is money coming from? How does money reach people? Government is taking money out of somewhere. Where? CFI. That's a government's account. So, appropriation, withdrawal of money, okay, out of CFI. So, government used this argument and said money bill. But the real point is, real point is that when it comes to the basic understanding on the concept of a financial bill, you will realize that Aadhaar's purpose was not just to take out money from CFI. Its purpose was also to give a unique ID to every individual to ensure that the money does not leak from the system, right? So, because of all these things, Aadhaar bill being called a money bill solely was not justified, right? So that is where the line should have been drawn. But anyway, the opposition got it correct, and the right issue was raised. But now, why would the government insist on getting this bill as a money bill? As some of you had asked yesterday also, that's what is the advantage? Now think of the advantage. I am the government. I have complete control in the Lok Sabha. But in Rajya Sabha, to get a majority is almost impossible. For that, I have to win all the MLAs in all the states. They should vote for BJP candidate and then they become members there. So even now, BJP does not have majority in Rajya Sabha. So if a bill is a normal bill, it gets passed, it might get stuck in Rajya Sabha. But if I say it's a money bill, then for Rajya Sabha, extremely sorry, you have no such power. Okay. Are we clear on this, everybody? So this is why the issue was raised. Now, sadly, Supreme Court upheld this Aadhaar bill as a money bill. Now, their grounds are best known to them, but now this matter is still pending in the court. A review petition was filed, and based on the review petition, what has happened is that this has been given to a bigger bench of judges. Now they will decide whether Aadhaar bill was actually a money bill or not. So the matter is still pending now. Even after the judgment, the matter is still pending in the Supreme Court. But anyway, Krish, so sir, of course, Lok Sabha is more powerful than Rajya Sabha. See, Lok Sabha, it consists of directly elected people. In a democracy, who has the real power? People who are directly chosen by the electorate of the country. Now, not to say Rajya Sabha is completely useless, but if you want to compare, of course, there are some very clear-cut advantages of Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha, money bills, joint sittings, right? So these benefits are there. Why? Because Lok Sabha is the directly elected house and hence gets to control more power over the money matters, monetary matters. Are we clear on financial bill type 1? And in the constitution, this category is found under Article 117, Clause 1. Okay. Abhishek, what will happen if judgment comes against government? This is the problem here. If a judgment comes against the government, then we'll have to see as to government, does the government bring the bill again, or does the government make a law to cancel the judgment? But ideally, the matter has, it's been so long now that if we try to change the judgment, then a lot of issues will happen. That is why Supreme Court may not modify their judgment, but they can give a warning to the government that don't misuse this power. That can be done. But in such situations, that is why we say that judgments have to be quick. Because of excessive delay, you cannot really go for the right judgment. Because, if I go for the right judgment, lot of things will become topsy-turvy completely. Clear? Okay. Read in ordinary bills, does the opinion of Rajya Sabha? Of course it matters. In ordinary bills, they have same powers, right? So we have seen yesterday also that how if the Rajya Sabha is adamant, we'll have to go for joint sitting. But for money bills, there's no joint sitting. Racha, last point. See, when it comes to bills, what is the normal procedure? 3 readings in one house, 3 readings in second house, joint sitting if a dispute. Clear? But here the point is, Rajya Sabha may not get the power or does not have the power to introduce this proposal. But apart from this, all the powers that the Rajya Sabha has for ordinary bills are exactly the same, meaning joint sitting, discussions, etc. Sai Dinesh, yes, see, I agree with you, but so Sai Dinesh says that, but Supreme Court should protect what is right. Definitely, but sometimes because of some procedural issue, if we have to cancel some element in the governance, it could result in lot of problems, chaos in the country. So Supreme Court has actually done this earlier also, that if a long time has happened, they ignore that and they say from today onwards, please behave. So that's there. Okay. Yes, Sahil. Excellent. Absolutely correct. Justice delayed is justice denied. It's not a matter of justice also. It's okay. It's a small matter. That is why it is very important for an independent speaker. Okay. So speaker should not succumb to the pressure of the government. What is right is right. Achha, one more thing. We have right now seen a general financial bill, right? A general financial bill is where the bill contains both provisions, Article 110 as well as what? As well as the provisions which are of ordinary legislation. Now, this is one second category of financial bills. But before that, let me just give you an example. And an example starting with a question. How many judges are there in Supreme Court? Any idea? We've not studied it, just basic fact. Okay, great. 34 judges, 34 judges. That's the current strength right now, 34 judges. You know very well that a lot of pending cases are there. Around 70,500 plus cases are pending in Supreme Court. My point is, don't you think we should have more judges? Maybe around 50, 60. What if we want to increase the judges in the Supreme Court? So it's a very simple procedure. There is a bill or there is a law in the country called Supreme Court Number of Judges Act. Okay. This Supreme Court Number of Judges Act was a law passed in 1956. This is the law which you have to amend or modify in case you want to increase number of Supreme Court judges in the country. Like last time, it was done in 2019. So then we had only 31 judges. We've increased 3 more. Now, take this example. 34 judges. Let us say we have to increase this to 50. Let's assume. When you bring this bill and you get this bill passed, is this a monetary bill? Of course not. No money is involved. You are simply increasing seats of Supreme Court judges. Where is the monetary matter involved? But the bill may not contain any monetary matter. The bill may not contain any expenditure from CFI right now. Right now, when you pass the bill, it has got no relationship to CFI. But we know very well that in future, when you increase the judges, you have to hire more judges. When you hire those judges, then salaries, allowances, they have to be paid. They come from where? CFI. So such bills wherein the current provision of the bill has no relationship to any money matter. But because of the provision, in future, it would involve expenditure from CFI. Are we clear on this? I'll repeat the statement. Please hear me. A bill on the face of it, which has no monetary provision, but because you pass the bill, in future, it will have what? It will have some kind of expenditure from the CFI. Financial Bill Type 2. Now, this is no special bill, nothing special at all in this bill. Are we clear? This bill can be brought by Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, no requirement of President's prior recommendation, joint sitting possible. Everything is normal in this bill. It's a normal bill. One small point of difference. Acha, please write, what is second reading of the bill? What do you mean by second reading? Okay, correct. Most of you are right here. Second reading, yes, absolutely correct. Second reading, that is discussion, detailed discussion. For such bills, second reading will only be allowed with the prior permission of the president. Okay. President's permission required. Otherwise, on such bills, discussion will not take place. You bring the bill, voting. So I will introduce the bill, no discussion, next stage is voting only. Discussion will only take place if we have already taken the permission from the president. That is the only point of difference when it comes to what? A financial bill type 2. Are we clear on this? So just to summarize very quickly here, money bill we know. Article 110. Don't worry, don't mug up those points. It is extremely unlikely that UPSC will ask that. Just rough estimate. Rough estimate. Rough estimate meaning imposition, abolition of taxes, guarantee or borrowing from CFI or by the government of India, or custody of CFI, taking money out of CFI, charge expenditure, or the receipt of money on account of CFI. Just these phrases. Please mug up these phrases only. So you'll have a proper understanding what is money bill. Now, if a bill also has some other provisions, it becomes a financial bill type 1. And if the bill has no monetary provision, but will have some future monetary repercussion, type 2. Clear on this, everyone? Okay, so lastly, one small point, position of bills with respect to dissolution of Lok Sabha. Please read the word carefully. Dissolution of Lok Sabha, not prorogation of Lok Sabha. Dissolution. What is prorogation? Ending of session is prorogation. But when you dissolve the Lok Sabha, what is the result? Fresh elections. Recently, on the 6th of April, the budget session was prorogued. Session ended. Again, the same MPs will meet in the month of July for the which session? Monsoon session. But in 2024, after 5 years are over, the entire Lok Sabha will be dissolved. The term ends. So, what happens at that point of time if a bill is pending? So, please understand just one logic here. If the Lok Sabha gets dissolved, because Raj Sabha never gets dissolved, so no problem. But if Lok Sabha gets dissolved, think of this logic. If the bill has been seen by the eyes of Lok Sabha, that bill will lapse. We have to destroy that bill. Now think of this. All the bills which are pending in the Lok Sabha, they will lapse. They will be over. Whether they started in Lok Sabha or they were passed by Raj Sabha and came to Lok Sabha. Because now we'll have new Lok Sabha. So all the bills pending in the Lok Sabha, they are dead. Clear? What is the problem with this? The problem is that when new Lok Sabha comes, even if all the MPs get re-elected, you have to again start from the very first stage, giving notice. When a session ends, let's say the budget session ended, all the bills which were pending, right on the monsoon session, they can directly be taken up for discussion. No need to give notice again. because a bill has already been introduced. That task is over. But when you dissolve the House, the bill lapses, then we start from scratch. Are we clear on this? So this is with respect to a bill pending in the Lok Sabha. Now, a bill passed by Lok Sabha, sent to Rajya Sabha, that also lapses. As I said, every bill which has only been seen by the eyes of Lok Sabha, let's not call dirty eyes of Lok Sabha, those bills will lapse, otherwise no problem. For example, if a bill is passed by Lok Sabha, passed by Rajya Sabha and is sent to President and is awaiting the signature of the President, that bill will not lapse. Venkat, lapse means dead, over. In the words of Rahul Gandhi, khatam, right? So dead or over. Now, second thing, a bill which is, say, introduced in Rajya Sabha and is kept there only, that won't lapse. The moment a bill comes in Lok Sabha and is pending there, lapses. That's why just focus on this word. The bill in Lok Sabha is gone. Clear? One more thing, just to also help you understand here, if there is any joint sitting called, it's possible, right? If a joint sitting is called of the two houses, that bill will not lapse. When the new Lok Sabha comes, they'll take part in joint sitting. The only two cases where bill lapses or bill is over are these two cases. That's it. No other case becomes dead. Clear? Okay. If it is so clear to everyone, solve this question. Let's see how clear this is. Please read the statement carefully. All the words. Words have meaning, words have significance. Don't jump to mark the answer. Those who are writing the answer here, please read the statement again, then mark the answer. Why is A wrong? B is correct. Why is A wrong? 1. What's the problem? A bill pending in Lok Sabha lapses. Have you not seen that? A bill pending in Lok Sabha lapses. The problem is prorogation. The bill pending in Lok Sabha lapses on the dissolution of the House. What is dissolution? House ends. Tenure over. New election. Prorogation. Remember this word under President. Ending of session. Session ends. No problem. The bill can be taken up again. It's like the MPs have gone, they have kept the bill on the table only. When they come back, they'll start reading it again. But on dissolution, they throw the bill away. Okay? And then leave. That, okay, I'm going, I'm throwing all this nonsense away, and then I'm leaving the House. A bill pending in Rajya Sabha, which has not been passed by Lok Sabha. How is this possible? A bill pending in Rajya Sabha, not passed by Lok Sabha. This means what? That bill was introduced in the Rajya Sabha only. That is why the whole point here being that bill never went to Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha never saw the bill only. So it won't lapse. So shall not lapse is correct. 1 is wrong. B, 2 only. Okay. So this is there. The only two cases where Lok Sabha has seen the bill and it will still be passed is, of course, when they have passed it, both houses have passed it, or when a joint sitting is called, to resolve deadlock, then such bills don't lapse, because we have taken a lot of steps. So that is why it does not lapse. Otherwise, bills in Lok Sabha, over. All bills in Lok Sabha are over. So that is with respect to the dissolution of the Lok Sabha and the passage of the bills. Okay. Now some parliamentary proceedings. What are these parliamentary proceedings? Three very important terms: question hour, 0 hour, half an hour discussion. See, when it comes to question hour or 0 hour, these are tools which are used by the politicians, the MPs, to question the government. That's the whole point. The question hour and 0 hour are tools used by the parliament, the MPs, to question the governments. And these things take place both in Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. Starting with question hour. Name itself is very clear. Question hour. What is question hour? Asking questions. Question hour, let me write. If you remember, we had drawn this diagram of timeline. So in Lok Sabha, from 11 a.m. to 12 noon. In Rajya Sabha, from 12 noon to 1 p.m. That's a difference. Now, question hour will not take place on 2 days. Does not take place on 2 occasions. What are those 2 occasions? Occasion number 1, occasion number 2. Occasion number 1 is the President's Speech Day. President's mandatory speech. So we know very well that President gives mandatory speech, Article 87, on 2 occasions: first session every year and first session after the new elections. And second is on the budget presentation day. So you must have seen that on the budget presentation day, our finance minister, she goes and starts reading the budget. No question hour takes place. Otherwise, every day, first thing in the morning is the question hour. What is the purpose? The purpose is to elicit. Elicit means to get, receive, extract information on matters of public importance. That's there. Also, one more thing you can say is a purpose would be plus keep the government in check. When you ask questions, when we ask questions, test 5 questions every day. What is that? To also keep you in check whether you are revising properly or not. Not to make you feel bad and all, but to help you in revising. Okay? And also holding the government, hold it accountable. This is the role of the MPs, to question the government, to hold them accountable. Now, what kind of questions can be asked? It depends on what kind of answer you want. For example, here, if you want an answer here, let's say in the class, I will give you a verbal response. You ask an answer, ask a question, I'll give you a verbal response. Think of it as starred question. Starred refers to asterisk mark. So in front of this question, star mark is there, and that is why they are called starred questions. Starred questions are normally typed on a green piece of paper. So you will find that in some places they will write it green paper questions. So don't be confused. It is just a stylish way of saying starred question. It means the same thing. Green paper question. Some people acting over smart will say, oh, green paper question was presented today. It's just starred question. Okay. Now, starred question is when you ask a question, but you want a response verbally in the house. Verbally. But let me clarify here. Don't feel you can get up and start asking questions that government has to respond. When you ask the question, you have to give time. It's not some UPSC live class that faculty has to respond immediately. No, government gets time. Minister gets time. 15 days of minimum. This is minimum time. Minimum 15 days of notice is required. So how does this work? How does this work? I will give a notice to, I'll give you maybe, shall I give you a live example of how this actually works and what kind of question is asked? For example, this time only a question was asked to the External Affairs Minister. So let's say I am some MP, I will come in the house, or I will firstly tell the presiding officer, the speaker, that sir, this is my question. If I give a notice for my question today, I will get an opportunity to ask my question after 15 days. But when I give a question, the speaker will send this question to the government that, see, Mr. Foreign Minister, question for you. You have to answer it. When? After 15 days. In the 15-day time period, the Foreign Minister will prepare all the answer. Now, how will he prepare the answer? He'll ask you only, bureaucrats. Come on, write the answer. You're expert in answer writing, and you write the answer. Okay. So 15 days of notice is given to prepare the answer. Now, after 15 days are over, on that particular date, my name is there in the list of question hour. Third question for today, I have to ask. At say around 11:20, 11:25, my time comes. Speaker says, sir, please. I'll say, okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll get up and I'll say, will the Minister of External Affairs, this is a language, will the Minister of External Affairs be pleased to state? So when you are asked a question, you have to use this line. Will the dash minister be pleased to state? Whether minister is pleased or not, we don't care. That's how we say. It's a format. And then ask the question. A, whether any international treaty has been concluded in the UN headquarters recently to protect high seas? If so, details please. Whether the ocean ecosystems would be improved due to this treaty? If so, details. Point D, how many countries have signed this treaty? Please mention that also. So I have asked the question. Now the External Affairs Minister will answer this question. He'll get up and he'll start answering, because he has been given 15 days of time to prepare this question, and hence he will be fully confident to answer this question. Now, when he answers this question, I will get an opportunity to ask supplementary questions also. That's a wait. What last point was that? Please explain or ask us, tell me again. So I have infinite number of supplementary questions. I can keep on cross questioning him. But of course, even though you can keep on cross questioning him, but the speaker will say, sir, sit down. Others also want their chance. So every day, 20 people get to ask their question, but not 20 will happen. Question are maybe 5-6 questions are asked at best. Okay. It is not possible for all 20 questions to be addressed, but every day notice for 20 questions are given. And how are the questions chosen? By lottery system. So 100 MPs are given their question. How are these chosen? Draw of lots. Questions are chosen by Draw of lots. Lottery system. If you're lucky, you get a chance to ask your question. That's it. Clear? These questions are called starred questions, where verbal response is required and you can cross question. Other category of questions are called unstarred question. Unstarred questions are printed on a white piece of paper, so nobody calls it anything. Please don't call it white paper question because it is not known as white paper question. If you write this, the evaluator will be completely confused. What the hell is this? Because everything is printed on white piece of paper only. Okay. Now, unstarred question is where, again, same old story. Minimum 15 days notice. This time, you require a written answer. So maybe you are asking lot of facts, and stating facts in the house will waste the time of the house. Okay. For example, let's say this time a question is asked to Minister of Culture. So I am asking an unstarred question. Unstarred question. Will the Minister of Culture be pleased to state whether the government is providing or has provided any funds to temple trusts in the country? If so, the funds allocated to various temple trusts in the country since 2018, the temple trust wise, year wise, scheme wise details. I am seeking details. I am seeking just details. So why should the minister go and read facts in the house? It wastes time. Rather, I would want the minister to respond to my questions, a logical question. So why should I get facts? Very easy. The minister says answer submitted, and the answer is submitted. You can collect the answer copy and go and read it in your house. Read it to your heart's content. Okay, so this is there. Now, of course, since your answer has been given to you in a written format, you cannot ask supplementary questions. That is not possible. Had this answer been given in written in a verbal format, then supplementary questions. Supplementary questions cannot follow because the answer is given to you in a written format. You firstly read the answer and then start asking questions. Clear on this? This is called an unstarred question. These things happen in either house, Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. Both houses have their own things. Lok Sabha time is different, Rajya Sabha time is different. Lastly, if you can't wait, so no, I want urgent answer immediately, then there is an alternative called short notice question. Short notice also maximum 10 days notice. It is not immediate. This is also not immediate, but yes, maximum 10 days. So normally short notice questions 7 to 8 days are given, and then you have to respond in the 7 to 8 days. Short notice question is just like a starred question. It seeks a verbal reply, but you are not allowed to ask more than 2 supplementary questions. Whereas in case of starred question, there is no limit. In case of starred question, there is no limit. In case of short notice question, there is a limit. That's the only difference. Otherwise, no other difference. Of course, time frame is a different thing. So this is a short notice question. Short notice questions are normally printed on a pink piece of paper. But don't call it pink paper questions. Again, it is not a very popularly used term. People will get confused. What the hell is a pink paper question? Are you clear? So this is with respect to the question R. How are the questions starred, unstarred? I will decide. But if I want a verbal answer, I will tell the presiding officer, sir, this is a starred question. If I want written answer, I will tell him, sir, unstarred question. So it depends on me. Are you clear? So this is with respect to the starred or unstarred or short notice question. One more thing, whether your question will be asked or not, the presiding officer decides. Very important. If you ask stupid questions, if you ask personal questions, if you ask questions which do not involve government's responsibility, right? So here you have no limit. You can ask any question you want. Such is a beauty. But in the parliament, if you ask any silly question or personal question, right, make any personal remark, that question is cancelled. You can't ask those questions. Secondly, the minister can refuse to answer also, but the presiding officer has to give permission. If you ask a question, a minister says, no, I won't answer, and he or she gives a genuine reason to presiding officer that, sir, this is the reason, it's secret information, and if I am convinced, then no problem. Otherwise, I'll say, no, minister, you answer. I don't care. What secret is this? Parliament wants to know. So this is there. Yes, Natarajan, questions can be asked to any person. You can ask to non-ministers also. You can ask questions to ministers, non-ministers. In fact, in the Rajya Sabha, a lot of questions are asked to Prime Minister only. So that's it. What if presiding officer is biased? We can do nothing about it. That is why choose an unbiased presiding officer. That's the whole point. He is the boss of the house. So if he is unbiased, everything will be very nice. If he is biased, then all hell breaks loose, and you will compromise on the accountability. Anushka, questions asked by MP only. In the parliament, only MP. You can't go and ask a question there. Sorry. Only MP is in the house. Yes, Sai Dinesh, possible. Rajya Sabha MPs can ask questions to the ministers from the Lok Sabha. No problem. Who determines the ministers who cannot ask questions? Who determines the ministers who cannot ask questions? See, every decision pertaining to question hour is taken care of by the presiding officer. Everything. A MLA cannot ask question there. MLA in the state. Sir, if session is going to end in 7 days, can question? No. If session is going to end in 7 days, you give a notice beforehand only. Bhai, session timing is published. What are you waiting for? Were you dreaming? You give your question beforehand. If we know very well, let's say, session date is announced 1 month beforehand only, that from 8th of May to 10th of May, session announced. You give your question right now only. What are you waiting for? Nisarg, unstar type question answers are not read. You are given the copy, take it home, read it to your heart's content. Are we clear? Yes, Shivaji, ministers can question. See, let me clarify one thing here. Any MP can ask any other MP a question. Elected MP, nominated MP, minister, non-minister, every MP in the Lok Sabha can ask another MP in the Lok Sabha question. Same goes for Rajya Sabha. Yes, Rahul, it is a type of financial bill type 2. What type of questions they ask? I gave the example of questions they asked. For example, one more question, like, will the Prime Minister be pleased to state whether the ministry has taken any steps with regard to accumulation of spent nuclear fuel in all nuclear power plants in Tamil Nadu, whether the ministry has taken any research work in deep geological repository, or asking questions to, say, Minister for Environment and Forest and Climate Change, whether government is aware that many a time wildfire erupts in Simlipal National Park, right? What steps has the government been taking in that regard? All these kind of questions. Any question that relates to the responsibility of the government of India. Okay. So this is there, and let me remind you, all these things are not mentioned in the constitution. Please don't go and start searching which article. There is no article. Clear? Okay. That's it. I have explained every element, every aspect of it. I think now it is just correlation. Hundreds of sub questions can be asked on this now. Second point, 0R. As I said, question hour is 1 hour of time where people ask each other questions. Members ask each other questions. Okay. But here, notice period is there. You cannot ask questions immediately. What if you want an urgent answer? What if you want an answer that in UP on live TV somebody was killed? Will the government respond? Will the Home Minister respond as to what is the state of security and law and order in the state of UP? I can't wait for 15 days. I want response immediately. So for that, we thought what to do. So we in India created a unique concept. This is our own innovation, 0 hour. 0 hour refers to time between the lunch break or the question hour and the lunch break. That is called 0 hour. Okay. So what is 0 hour's purpose? 0 hour's purpose is to represent people's voice in the parliament without giving any prior notice. So here prior notice is not required, same day notice is required. So that is before 10 a.m. So before 10 a.m. in the morning, please give notice. That's why I want to ask this question. 10-15 questions are chosen and those questions can be answered on that day. Once your time is over, your question could not be answered, there is no carry forward. It's like KBC, fastest fingers first. Whoever won, others get lost. Sorry, next day is planned. Things are planned. We don't extend things. Are we clear on this? This is with respect to the 0 hour, which is just a tool used by the government, used by the MPs to question each other. So anybody can ask anyone a question. Clear on this? So now question hour and 0 hour. Now what is half an hour discussion? 0 hour takes place Lok Sabha 12 to 1 p.m. and Rajya Sabha 11 to 12 noon. Okay. Yes, Shalu, I'm saying this again and again. Any MP can ask any MP a question. A non-minister can ask a non-minister a question. A non-minister can ask minister a question. A minister can ask a non-minister a question. Any MP can ask any other MP a question. Okay? No, you cannot. If somebody has been asked a question, they have to answer the question. Okay? If they choose somebody else, then somebody else can answer the question with the permission of presiding officer. Notice to whom? Notice to presiding officer. Who else to give notice to? Who is the boss of the house? Presiding officer. Whose permission is required to ask the question? Presiding officer. Okay, great. So now enough. Presiding officers, you can't ask them questions. Okay? So please, presiding officers cannot be asked questions. You ask questions to other MPs. Oh, Bhavna, but wouldn't it cause problem to minister to frame answers? How sweet response. How caring you are for our ministers. They are ministers for a reason. They have to answer. What is this? If it is a problem for them, we don't care. We have to ask them questions. Okay? So somebody says, sir, if we ask them directly, will they not have a problem? That is why factual questions should be avoided in 0 hour. Ask them just rational questions on what steps are they taking. Okay? Okay, and outsiders are, I think mentioned this point earlier also, that only MPs, only members can ask questions. You cannot go and ask the question there. Okay? You, press, God, even God cannot ask questions there. Please. Now, coming to this question hour, the whole point is that what if I asked a question and the minister responded, but I was not satisfied with the minister's response? So I want the minister to answer again. Maybe the minister gave an improper answer. Maybe minister gave a wrong answer. Maybe minister is deliberately giving me a wrong answer or by mistake. I want the minister to answer again. Okay. I want the minister to answer again. So if I am not satisfied with the minister's answer, I will ask the presiding officer, sir, I am not happy. You please ask the minister to give answer again. Within 3 days of my answer, I have to ask this. Okay, I cannot say, sir, in 1974 I asked a question, I am not satisfied. Ask him again. Sorry, within 3 days only. Secondly, the minister gets 3 more days of chance to reframe the answer and present the answer. Who decides? The presiding officer decides. This is called half an hour discussion. Half an hour discussion refers to if MP is not satisfied with the minister's response in the question hour, that is called half an hour discussion. Now, what is this half an hour discussion? Half an hour discussion takes place in the last half an hour. That is 5:30 to 6 p.m. and hence called half an hour. Okay. So it is meant for discussing a topic of question hour if MP is not satisfied with the response in the question hour. 3 days in a week are allocated to half an hour discussion. What 3 days? Basically, as a convention, Monday alternate. It's Monday alternate. And as I said, within 3 days of the question hour, and minister is given 3 days prior notice. So again, you have to give the minister 3 days time, and if you have given some wrong answer, trust me, see, these answers are prepared by people like you, civil servants. Okay, if a wrong answer is given, the minister will firstly come to you and scold you. What is this? How did you clear the examination? And maybe transfer also will happen. Okay, so this is with respect to the question hour, the 0 hour and the half an hour discussion. What is the meaning of this meme? Those who know, they know, but for others it's simply that MP is asking the minister, please speak the truth. That's it. Okay. When the laws are made, we are forgetting everything that has been taught. What is the point? What is life if not for enjoyment and no revision, right? This is a timeline. Let me remind you once again. The house functions from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. I had drawn this very beautiful timeline when we studied the chapter President. And when you go back, you'll be surprised and shocked that it is there in the annotations. 11 to 12, you know what happens. 12 to 1, you know what happens. 1 to 2 is lunch. 2 to 6 is what is called legislative business. Okay. Amit, when will we discuss? No, sorry. Amit, why it is pink, green, white paper questions? They are printed on a pink piece of paper. They are printed on a white piece of paper. Hence, sometimes it is also referred to as a green paper question. Because the paper on which the question is printed with the speaker or the Rajya Sabha chairperson, that is a green piece of paper. Ignore that information. Not important. Jasleen, why will you discuss Ram Joy Kapoor? I have discussed this already. What more do you want? That's it. Done. Timeline is not important. It is just to help you understand and also address these innocent questions. That's it. So we are done with these question hours. Let's take a quick break. After the break, we'll discuss motions. Break, please. Be back at 6:48 p.m. Welcome back, guys. Okay, so let's continue. So, motions. Firstly, questions, if any. What will happen if speaker suddenly absent? Sir, speaker will not bunk like this. They will inform. And if speaker is suddenly absent, we have deputy speaker. If he is not there, panel of chairpersons, plenty of options. Immediately means same day, Sushmit. Yes. Class started. Vaishna. 1 minute late, it's okay. Some hopeful people are thinking, is class over? Aniket, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, if there is dispute and presiding officer was removed, are we talking about some physical verbal dispute and removal? Then what should the house do? Why this question? Presiding officer is not there, then we have a deputy presiding officer, right? The deputy speaker, deputy chairperson. If they are not there, entire panel is there. Yesterday we discussed this. Okay. Jhansi Rani, joint sitting takes place between 2 to 6 p.m. It has got no relation to the question hour. It takes place. Sushmit, when SC can't decide what is financial bill, what is money bill, then what we can do? Supreme Court cannot decide lot of things. Yesterday, when the discussion was going on in the Supreme Court with respect to same-sex marriage, our Chief Justice said that gender is fluid. People can change their gender. And gender is not just male, female, transgender. So he basically said that genders are various things, and we have to accept other people's gender. So our CJI is very woke. Rishan Dondar, what kind of questions they can ask in each hour? As I gave the example, asking questions which pertain to government's responsibility. Okay, coming to motions now. What are motions? Firstly, motions are not mentioned in the constitution. Please don't ask me, sir, which article. No article. Not mentioned in the constitution. Okay. What is motion? Whatever you see happening in the house is actually a proposal. Proposals brought before the house to elicit a decision or an opinion. That is called a motion. Motions are basically proposals. Proposals which are brought before a house to elicit, get, receive, obtain a decision or an opinion. So any bill that is brought is a motion, right? Any question that is asked is a motion. Any proposal in the house, there is a term for it that is called motion. Motions can be formal, can be informal. Formal meaning written. Sometimes they can be unwritten also, directly asking a question. That's also a motion. Now, motions in general are of 4 categories. These 4 categories, not important. This is not important. Ignore it. Okay? Please ignore it. I'll just explain briefly. Basically, say in the class also, when you ask a question, Now, in the online class, no decorum is being followed. At least a lot of you follow decorum and decency, but some of them simply don't. But otherwise, in the class, in your school or college days, especially in school days, where you're all very nice people, afraid of teachers, etc., parents, there was a decorum of asking a question. You raise your hand, you ask a question. Simple. And wait for your turn, etc. Same thing in the parliament. You raise your hand, you ask a question, you take permission, you raise a proposal. That is motion. Now, sometimes when you bring a motion or a proposal, now I'll use interchangeably motion, proposal, and slowly I'll stop using proposal and I'll only use motion. So after 5 days, don't tell me, sir, what is motion? Motion is proposal. So when you bring a proposal or a motion for the first time, let's say you have to impeach the president, Article 61. What do? I raise a proposal in front of the House. Let's try to impeach the president. House, what do you think? Speaker says, okay, we are bringing a motion to impeach the president. Okay, that's a motion being brought for the first time. Or when for the first time any minister brings a bill, that motion is called a substantive motion. They are self-contained independent proposals. They don't depend on any other proposal. And they are actually known as resolutions. Resolution. For example, impeachment of president. It is actually a motion which is independent. Or something called NCM. What is NCM? We'll discuss shortly, don't worry, in just say 10 minutes. Then we have subsidiary motion. Simple example. I raised a motion and I brought a bill in the House. For the first time a bill came, triple talaq bill, discussion going on. I have introduced the bill. Okay. Next day, I will only or some other MP say, sir, I raise a motion, let's discuss on the triple talaq bill. So I am raising a motion pointing to a pre-existing motion, that is the bill. After 5 days of discussion and wasting of time, some MP say, sir, I am getting bored. I raise a motion, let's vote on the bill. Vote on what? The motion that I had raised 10 days back. So you are trying to raise a proposal using my proposal or on my proposal. That is called a subsidiary motion. Simple. Subsidiary motion can be of various kinds, of no concern to us. It has not and will never be asked in the examination. Then let us say I have raised a motion on triple talaq bill being discussed. After discussion, how to move to next topic? Somebody says, sir, I raise a proposal. Let's stop this discussion. Please discuss my bill. Citizenship bill. So how do you substitute one proposal for another? That is called a substitute motion. When I raise a proposal to replace an existing proposal, that is called a substitute proposal or a substitute motion. MPs don't use all these words. Okay? They have no idea also, most of them, what is all this nonsense. We are just categorizing their behavior in these categories. What is closure? We'll discuss it in budget. We'll study budget maybe today or tomorrow. We'll discuss what is closure motion. So these are generic things, very pretty standard things that I use every day. What is important is this. Okay? Extremely important. See, I am requesting you again, ignore all this. It is not important. I have given you basic information. If I bring a proposal for the first time, it's called substantive. If I try to bring a proposal based on somebody else's proposal, that is called subsidiary. If I bring a new proposal trying to replace somebody's proposal, that's called substitute. And closure we'll discuss later. Okay? Have faith, no question from this will ever be asked in the examination. Okay, if it is asked, no. If it is asked, then what can I do? But in all likelihood, it is not possible. Trust me on this. This is important, extremely important. Specific type of proposals, because these proposals have some value. What is this proposal? Anyway, first things first, no confidence motion or no confidence proposal. So what is no confidence? What is confidence? It is basically an extension of Article 75 Clause 3. Now you'll say, sir, what is all this? What is Article 75 Clause 3? What is this Article 75 Clause 3? I don't know. You have never taught this also. Some may raise this allegation. Article 75 Clause 3, if you remember, says that the executive, the Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to the which house? Lok Sabha, the House of People. So this means what? That government is formed in Lok Sabha only. Okay. This means I should command majority in the Lok Sabha. What is the Lok Sabha? Lok Sabha, how many MPs? 543. At any point of time, whatever is the number of people present on that day, I should command majority, meaning more than half the people should say, yes, yes, very good government, I support the government. That is called commanding majority. That is called the confidence of the house. So confidence means majority. Confidence means majority of the house or majority in the house. If more than half the people are my people, from my party, my coalition, I enjoy the majority in the house, or I enjoy the confidence of the house. I enjoy majority or I enjoy confidence. But sometimes these opposition members, they will try to question my majority. They'll try to challenge my majority, question my confidence. They will bring a proposal called no confidence proposal, no confidence motion. I don't trust you. I feel more than half the people don't like you. So in the opposition, I will bring a no confidence motion. I tell the speaker, I will tell the speaker, because it can be introduced only in the Lok Sabha. I will tell the speaker, Mr. Speaker, please understand, I don't trust this government. And I think more than half of the people present here today also don't trust this government. Let's vote. Now, I cannot get up and simply say, come on, let's test. 50 people have to be in support. At least 50 MPs have to sign. And then I'll show, sir, 50 MPs feel that this government does not enjoy majority in the house. I can't bring this every day. It can only be brought once every session. Now, can the speaker ask me, what reason? Why do you think so? I'll say, sir, I dreamt yesterday. In my dream, I thought that government has lost the confidence. In your dream? Yes, yes, sir. No reason is required to be given. Even if you give the reason, the speaker will say, I don't want to listen to reason. It's okay. You want to test the confidence? Let me put the matter to vote. Then the speaker will ask all the members, MPs, please vote. How many of you believe this no confidence motion? Or how many MPs support no confidence motion? Meaning, how many MPs support that the government does not have majority in the house? If more than half of the people present and voting say ayes, NCM is passed, government has to resign. Now, it is not mentioned anywhere that if NCM is passed, government has to resign. But you know very well that if I have lost majority, I should resign peacefully and go away. If I don't resign, I'll say, no, I won't leave the chair. I hold on to the chair. Then the president will come and throw me out of the chair, saying, please get lost. You have lost the majority. Clear on this? No confidence motion. So this NCM can be brought only against government. I can't say, I like the government, that minister I don't like. Sorry. Either you like the government or you hate the government. You can't choose. Clear? Now see, as far as NCM is concerned, it is not mentioned in the constitution, of course. Motions are not mentioned in the constitution. They are mentioned under Lok Sabha rules. Rule 198 of the Lok Sabha rules. Rules of procedure and conduct of business of Lok Sabha. Rule 198. This is what is called NCM or no confidence motion. Are you clear now? And please don't ask me majority type. Yesterday we saw this. What majority? What majority is required? Simple majority is required. Not effective, neither absolute, nothing. Simple majority. That's why I've been saying again and again that on that day, if more than half the people say, yes, we don't like the government, motion is approved, government get lost. Clear? Okay. See, this NCM is not brought regularly because it can only be brought once per session. So some facts about NCM are, so far 27 NCMs only. Since independence, 27 NCMs only have been brought. First time, of course, in 1963 against the Nehru government. It was brought by J.B. Kripalani. J.B. Kripalani did not like Nehru's performance in the Indo-China war, and he said this government is useless. It could not be passed because see, governments always enjoy majority in Lok Sabha, right? So it is almost impossible to get this passed. That is why never passed. Till date, NCM has never been passed. Never ever in the 27 cases that have been brought. And last in 2018, I think in the monsoon session of 2018, in July, against Narendra Modi government, it was brought. Of course, wastage of time because 135 people said, yes, we don't like the government. 330 people said, come on, we love the government, beautiful government, best government. So, of course, I think Manmohan Singh is the only prime minister for a full term against whom it was never brought. And Indira Gandhi holds a record that against her NCM was brought 15 times. Okay. So this is no confidence motion. Of course, prior notice is required. You can't get up and say that today let's go and vote. You have to give a notice and the speaker will look into the notice and then voting will start accordingly. A date is decided and voting starts. It's not some surprise event that you surprise a government. Okay, that's it. This is called no confidence motion. This is brought by the opposition because they want to check whether government still enjoys majority in the house or not, or they want to check whether government still has confidence of the house or not, and hence the word no confidence motion. Apart from it, there is a concept called trust vote or exact opposite, confidence motion. Or something you must have heard, floor test. Now please, floor test does not mean testing the floor and all. Floor means floor of the house. Same thing, but slightly different. Floor test or trust vote or confidence motion is introduced by the ruling party. I am the government. Some MPs are saying, I don't think you enjoy confidence. I say, wait, I'll prove it. And I bring a motion, proposal, telling Speaker, sir, let's ask people of this house, how many people support me? Say ayes. Speaker says, okay, let's bring this motion called trust vote or confidence motion or flow test. Now, how many people support the government? People shout ayes, government formed. That's it. This is called trust vote. Okay. Of course, we are talking about formation of government, right? It will take place only in the Lok Sabha. Clear on this? Again, the same thing. If trust vote takes place and it is passed, very good. If it is not passed, government should resign. Just like NCM, if NCM is passed, government resigns. If trust vote is not passed, government resigns. Okay? And trust vote also simple majority. So NCM is brought by opposition. Why will the ruling party bring NCM? Ruling party has confidence. Okay? Trust vote is brought by the ruling party. Yes, Vikas. In Pakistan, it was passed against Mr. Imran Khan. Anyway, see, trust vote fails on a lot of occasions. I'll give you some very interesting examples. Atal Bihari Vajpayee. In 1996, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, I won't say won the election, but had lot of majority, largest party. President said, sir, I will form the government, please. The president said, okay, form the government. I am giving you 15 days time. After 15 days, voting will take place in the house. Prove your majority. Trust vote. Floor test. We will test who controls the floor of the house. Who controls the floor, meaning who has majority in the house. Now Vajpayee, he went to other parties saying, come on, vote for me, please, best friends. Remember, 30 years back, I gave you pencil in your examination. Please vote for me, please vote for me. But of course, when he realized he has no support, after 13 days, now he only had one option or two options. Either go for test voting and lose or resign. He resigned, saying, what's the point? He resigned. Like when you fill up the form and in the month of April or May, your mock test scores are 10, 15, 20, -4, -6. You have two options. Be brave, take the examination, or know the reality and say, next time, don't take the examination. That's what he did. In 1998, very interesting. Again, Mr. Vajpayee, he had formed the government with support of AIADMK, Jayalalitha. Later on, she said, no, I'm not supporting this government. People said, sir, confidence, prove it. He said, okay, let's vote. And voting took place. How many people support the government? 269 said yes, we support the government, very good government. 270 said no. One vote. Failed by one vote. He lost by one vote and had to resign. This is what happened to Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Then elections took place in 99. He finally formed the government again, this time with majority, and continued. Okay, this is with respect to the trust vote. Now, this is called flow test. Sometimes you will find this word called composite flow test. What is flow test? When one party says, I will form the government, right? I will form the government. Please, people, vote for me. What is composite flow test? When more than one party says, I can form the government. When more than one party or one MP stakes claim to form government. That's called composite floor test. Let's say an example. In 2024, if BJP wins, say 250 seats, magically Congress wins 250 seats. See, I have nothing against Congress. Congress fans, don't feel bad. I'm just being very logical here. It is unlikely that Congress will ever get 250 seats in the Lok Sabha in 2024. And say Aam Aadmi Party gets 43 seats. Now, what is a majority required from the government? 272. In this situation, BJP says, I will form the government. I will convince all the Aam Aadmi Party members. They will support me. Congress says, I will form the government. I will convince all the Aam Aadmi Party members. They will vote for me. Here, both BJP and Congress are saying, we can form the government. We can form the government. Aam Aadmi Party is saying, whoever I support, they will form the government. As simple as that. So this is with respect to the formation of government, a composite floor test. Are we clear on this? Okay. So this is with respect to trust vote or confidence motion or a floor test. Great. Now some other basic things, very generic. Motion of thanks. You know motion of thanks? Don't know this, no problem. Do you know this first part? President's speech, mandatory address of the president in the house. See, this is a president giving a speech. This is Om Birla, the speaker, and our chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. Okay. Now, once this speech, please also understand this point. We have discussed this president's speech. That president gives a speech, mandatory speech on some occasions. Who prepares the speech? The president. President has no real power. Even the speech that the president reads is prepared by the government of India. It is government speech, not president speech. The address is prepared by government of India. Okay. And it contains achievements of the GOI, Government of India. It contains achievements of the government. So you have to simply come and read the achievements of the government. Now, when you read the achievement and you are done, your speech is brought in the form of a proposal that is called motion of thanks. Okay. The Constitution says that House can make rules for discussion on the speech. For discussion on the speech. Now, please understand, the president gives a speech listing all the achievements, all the great things the government has done in the last 1 year, and it can be a lie also. Best government, unemployment rate is 0, GDP is crossing 50%, right? And all these lies can be there. We can't really approve this. I am an MP in the parliament. I can't listen to this blatant lie. So what happens is the House has made rules that once the president gives a speech, that speech is brought in the form of a bill and people have to vote. They have to agree on these things. The address is followed by voting in both the houses on the speech, whether it is true or not. Okay? If it is not passed, now it has to be passed in both the houses. In Rajya Sabha, no problem. But if it is not passed in Lok Sabha, firstly, it is impossible. A speech is being read by government. Okay? A speech being read in by the government, prepared by the government, being read in the Lok Sabha, where government has majority, it will be passed. But if by chance the speech is not passed, then what happens? Then the government may have to resign. Why? Because how can a government speech not be passed in the Lok Sabha? You have majority there. This means you don't have majority there. May amount to NCM. Yes or no? So this is there. And also one more thing, the president has to simply read the speech. He cannot do anything on the speech, right? Just come, read it as it is. Now, if some part of the speech is very negative, then you can skip that also. That's okay, no problem. Otherwise, you have to read the entire speech as it is. You can't make modifications. If the speech says the president is very bad, then you can skip that part. But you can't modify it saying president is very good. No modifications, nothing are allowed. Come, read the speech, go home. That's your power, rubber stamp, sorry, that's your power, nominal head. Clear on this? This is called motion of thanks. It must be passed in the Lok Sabha, it's mandatory. In Rajya Sabha, it can be passed, it may not be passed, we don't care. We always are worried about the confidence in Lok Sabha because that party only is allowed to govern which enjoys the majority in the Lok Sabha at all points of time. Lok Sabha is of concern. Rahul sir, what happened when new MPs are here? See, after elections, when government is formed, right? Government has formed, new government. New government will list their coming year's objectives. As simple as that. Nikki, but speech is made by government. Why should the president resign? Why will the president resign? Government will resign, not the president. Why are you forcing this poor fellow to resign? He has no powers. Government resigns, not the president. The PM resigns. I mean, when the PM resigns, the entire council resigns. We know very well. So the government resigns, not the president. Shalu, then the other party will get the chance to form the government. If no party can get the chance to form the government, then what happens? The same government which resigned will continue and elections will take place. Simple. Okay, House can make rules. Basically, once the speech has been read, how to discuss that speech, how to bring a proposal, where modifications are allowed or not, all those things, the House can make, the Lok Sabha, they can make rules on the speech. That is called House can make rules. No such incident has happened, at least at a central level. They modify things. Like in 2016, what happened was the government, in the speech, the president read one line, this government has taken lot of progressive measures to curtail black money and reduce corruption. So Lok Sabha said, sorry. No. Remove this line. So they modified and then passed it. But it is always passed. Because government will always have majority in the Lok Sabha. They always pass it. Okay. If government resigns, then new party will get the chance to form the government. As simple as that. Shruti, may have not taken your name, but I did answer your questions. Yeah. Sometimes I don't take your names, I just answer the question, right? Don't feel left out. I have no biases towards anyone. So, You can write that statement, but okay, I mean, yes, the president's speech is also made by Government of India. That is also something that can be written. No problem. This C, Roshni, we are using this C to symbolize constitution. So a few days back, I had said that this C will refer to the constitution, but clearly we have forgotten. So let me write constitution. Okay. Now, next motion, adjournment motion. Okay. Adjournment motion. What is adjournment motion? After lunch, when all the MPs come, after eating a lot of nice food, chicken, biryani, etc., they are feeling sleepy and bills are being discussed in the house. Then suddenly some MP says, sir, stop the discussion. What is happening in the country? COVID cases are rising. I want the house to discuss on COVID cases rising. What is the government doing? Bills we can pass later on also. Bills we can pass later on also. Right now, forget all the discussions. We want a response from the government on what is happening, COVID cases, please. So, in the Lok Sabha, if 50 MPs give a notice that we want to stop all discussions, you firstly tell us what is the response in COVID. Then the agenda for the day which was set. What is agenda for the day? Agenda for the day is all the bills which were lined up for discussion, they are stopped. And the House has to discuss on that proposal for at least 2.5 hours. Allow debate. Debate for how much time? Minimum 2.5 hours. This is called adjournment motion. Whatever happens is suspended. Let's say what is going to, let's say in your life, you make a timetable, okay, and suddenly you get a call from your friend's party. What happens? All the timetable is adjourned and you go to the party first, right? Same thing here. Here there is no party, no fun. Government has to respond. And now it should involve responsibility of Government of India. You can't say, sir, adjourn discussions. You firstly answer this question. What is happening to RCB? How can a team lose from a winning situation? What is the reverse of Bazigar? You please tell us first. So, of course, government has no role to play in this. They'll say, we don't know, right? So, it should involve responsibility of the Government of India. You can say, we are hearing threats of China, aggression by China, Pakistan, etc. So, on all these matters. Okay? This is what is called adjournment motion. House is adjourned, the agenda is adjourned, and discussions take place on that new topic. Only in the Lok Sabha, not in the Rajya Sabha. In Rajya Sabha, they have a separate thing. In Rajya Sabha, there is a similar provision that is called Rule 267. Okay, where here any MP can move a motion. So it's similar, not exact. So in Rajya Sabha, there is a Rule 267 which has the same function. Otherwise, adjournment motion takes place only in the Lok Sabha. Let me now just come to this slide and let me write some things here. No confidence motion. Which house? Lok Sabha. Only Lok Sabha. This? Both houses. This? Only Lok Sabha. Now, next is a Privilege motion. What is a privilege motion? See, in the house, like say, this is a public forum where all of us are asking questions, addressing answers. A sense of decency has been maintained. What if somebody starts using abusive language, communal words, casteist remarks? Same thing in the parliament. In the parliament, you have to use parliamentary language. If you use any unparliamentary remark, unparliamentary, it can be removed from the records. They are removed from the records. What is this called? This is called expunction. Expunction, and done by presiding officer. In fact, every year the parliament releases an entire list of unparliamentary words. You can't use those words in the parliament. Like, don't think of big words, small words only, like chor, dhokebaz, liar, all these things. You can't use these words. Big words, please, don't even imagine those things. These words also, you can't. And if you use some such word, then those words can be deleted from the record. That deletion is called expunction. We call it, the words are expunged, expunction, done by presiding officer. Presiding officer decides. And members have lot of benefits, right? Lot of benefits in the house. So that is called parliamentary privilege. We'll discuss that. Yes, I understand. Don't write those unparliamentary words. They're extremely funny, so ignore it. So basically, every MP has a right to speak in the house freely. That does not mean you misuse that right. Speak within the reasonable limits. Don't misbehave. Don't pass comments on the presiding officer. Don't pass comments on judges of the Supreme Court, etc. Don't pass comments on president. I'll give you a simple example. There was this MP called Azam Khan in Rajya Sabha. So on one occasion, the chairperson was not there and deputy was also not there. One lady from the panel of chairperson, vice chairpersons, was acting as a chairperson on that day. So Azam Khan made a statement that, Madam, I am lost in your beautiful eyes, something like this. Now see, you are an MP in the Rajya Sabha. What kind of remarks are you passing? This kind of sexist remarks, right? Casual reference to sexist remarks. I mean, what can we expect from Azam Khan? He's in jail for some hate speech also. But anyway, these things are, he later apologized. But you can't sit there and pass comments. It's not your college or school. You're sitting in the back bench and passing comments on everybody. No, it is a parliament. Okay. But at least parliament is still way more dignified. In one state, let's not name the state, you can simply Google search for it. In one state assembly, some of our MLAs were found watching porn in the house. Mobile phone. House is discussing something and their attention is somewhere else. And when media asked them, sir, how? One person said, sir, clicked by mistake. I said, how can this mistake happen? Come on, grow up. At least make some logical excuse. It's like, this case happened in Bihar. So Bihar has liquor ban. And when liquor is banned, any liquor or any drugs in general are seized by the police. They are kept in police godowns under lock and key, under the charge of a policeman. So, and regular inspection is done of the stock. So when the police was, when the these bottles, thousands of bottles were seized by the police and were stored in godowns, in the next inspection, it was found that bottles were empty. And then when the media asked how bottles are empty, one policeman says, maybe the rats and mice drank all the whiskey. Come on, give some nice excuse. So in your police custody, bottles become empty and you are saying that mice is drinking whiskey. Anyway, so this is there. But in case in the house, if you breach the benefit, privilege, benefit, we'll discuss this term later on also, the benefit given to you to speak freely, then you can be, motion can be raised against you called privilege motion, and based on your behavior, you can be scolded, reprimanded, criticized, suspended for a few days, can also be removed from house. Okay? So the point is that you can also be removed from the house if you make some derogatory remarks. The extreme punishment is also there. Privilege motion, of course, can take place in both houses. Or rather, either house is what we should write. Clear? Now, next is calling attention motion. So, as the name suggests, calling attention, meaning calling to attention of the minister some very important work of the country. This is called calling attention motion. This is calling attention motion. Okay. You will also appreciate the photograph and it will help you understand what exactly is calling attention motion. This is not Photoshop, it's a real photograph. But anyway, Mr. Tharoor is Mr. Tharoor. What can we say? So if there was any ad campaign that could be made for what is that, Imperial Blue or something, I think Mr. Tharoor would be perfect for this. But anyway, coming to the point, what is calling attention? Firstly, very important, this is an Indian innovation. So just like 0R, remember this point. And it gives members an opportunity to bring to the surface the failure or inadequate action of government on matters of urgent public importance. So basically, any minister can get up and say, sir, I want to raise a calling attention motion. I want to bring to attention the minister, so and so minister, that in his department this is happening, that is happening. Can he please respond? This is a calling attention motion. This can take place in either house. Very simple. The only point why we are discussing it is because of this element, that it is something which takes place in our country. Okay. So this also takes place in either house. So all of these are tools which are used normally from 2 to 6 p.m. because otherwise in the morning you have 0R and question hour, but after lunch what tools do you have? These are tools largely used. And lastly, something called censure motion. What is censure motion? And one more thing, censure motion takes place only in the Lok Sabha. Let's write only Lok Sabha. So what is censure motion? It can be introduced only in the Lok Sabha, firstly, and it can be introduced against a single minister or the entire government, both. entire government or individual minister. And you have to give reasons why you are bringing censure motion. So what is censure motion? If I have to formally find a fault in somebody's behavior, right? If I have to formally find a fault in somebody's behavior, I will use this motion called censure motion. Censure means to reprimand, to scold, to criticize. So let us say some MP says, sir, I raise a motion on the very poor performance of Mr. Amit Shah, Home Minister. If the motion is passed, the House has collectively scolded Mr. Amit Shah. No formal scolding takes place. Don't think that the minister is called in front, he has to raise his hands, and then people are scolding, throwing stones at him. Nothing like this happens. It is assumed, right? It is assumed that the House has scolded you. Clear? It's not a nice thing. But again, in the Lok Sabha, it will never be passed. Against a minister, it will never be passed. Government has majority in the Lok Sabha. That is with respect to censure motion. It is used and meant only for the ministers or the government entirely, not for other MPs. Other MPs misbehavior, privilege motion. This is censure motion. So this is with respect to censure motion. Now, you may say, somebody saying, sir, no punishment. Scolding is punishment. See, it is very clear. One thing is clear, that scolding for you is not punishment. Scolding is also punishment. We have been getting scolding right from childhood. So we feel, what is scolding? It's just fun. Until unless we are thrashed properly by our parents, nothing is seen as punishment. That's all thanks to our parents. But here also, frankly, nothing happens. If censure motion is approved, what happens? Nothing happens. Nothing happens at all. Should the minister resign? If he wants to, resign. If he doesn't want to, don't resign. No problem. Shalu, this majority is also mentioned in the yesterday's list. Simple majority. Okay, simple majority. Why will it be passed, Akanksha? It is passed because the House does not appreciate the minister's behavior or minister's performance. We are scolding him. Why do your parents scold you? Tell me. Okay? Your parents will scold you if you don't perform your tasks properly. Same thing. Why will the House scold any minister? Because the minister has not performed the task properly. What task? What are tasks given to him? How do we know? Hundreds of tasks are there. So, but nothing happens. Nobody resigns. I mean, we would want them to resign. It would be very nice for them to resign, but they don't resign. Okay. That is why, things change. Back in 1950s or late 1940s, in the interim government that we had, when Nehru was a PM and Patel was the deputy prime minister. So Nehru and Patel did not really have common viewpoint. So Patel wrote a letter to Nehru saying that if you feel my performance is not right, I'll resign. To which Nehru responded, no, no, no. If you feel I am not performing well, I will resign. Those were the days of leaders where they could not tolerate criticism, they would resign immediately. Try this now. Now, if you criticize the minister, the minister says, you have a problem with me, you resign. Why should I resign? That's your problem. So this is how politics has changed. So these are the various kinds of motions that are there in the country. Solve this question came in 2014, a very easy question. Okay, a lot of you marked C. Correct answer. Very good. Consider the following statements regarding an NCM. There is no mention of NCM in the constitution. Absolutely correct. NCM is mentioned in Lok Sabha rules. One is correct. Remove these two. A motion of NCM can be introduced in the Lok Sabha only. That's also correct. C. Both 1 and 2. Okay. Ankita, click by mistake B. That's life. Very harsh. Lastly, resolutions. Resolutions is just another name for what? Substantive motion. That's it. Resolution, substantive motion. What is this? They are always formal in nature, meaning always written, not verbal. And number two, they are always followed by voting. So you can see in this case also, censure motion, voting is required. But here, no voting is required. Here, no voting is required. Here, no voting is required. Here, voting is required. So not every motion requires voting. Some motions are just meant for discussion. But resolutions are basically those motions which require voting. Okay, they are formal proposals. If a resolution is brought by a non-minister, we call it a private member resolution. If it is brought by a minister, we call it a government resolution. And if a resolution is brought under the provisions of some law, some constitutional article, we call it statutory resolution. For example, Article 61, Article 67B. These are examples of resolutions which are brought under some article, some provision of the constitution or any law. Statutory resolution. That's it. Resolutions are substantive motions. Enough. Now, let's come to the budget. Annual financial statement. The budget in the country. So you know the budget, I mean the economic side of it in your economics classes. We'll discuss how the budget is passed in the parliament. What are the stages? Same three stages. Introduction, discussion, voting, but slightly different. Details are more because it is a budget, a very grand exercise. Now, first things first, in the constitution, this word budget is not mentioned. That is why nowadays the government calls the budget as Bahi Khata. Bahi Khata. So, the word in the constitution is annual financial statement. What is that? This is statement of estimated, expected, receipt and expenditure of Government of India for the next financial year. For the coming financial year. Now, what is a financial year? Not from January to December. This refers to 1st of April to 31st of March. This is the financial year. Okay. Some basic information. Who prepares the budget? prepared by the budget division, of course, budget division. This budget division is in the Department of Economic Affairs under Department of Economic Affairs in the which ministry? Ministry of Finance. So this is how, or this is the department, division and the ministry which prepares the budget. Okay. Now, point number 2. Presentation. So the budget is presented on the first working day of February at 11 a.m. since 1999. Since 1999 only. Before that, we used to present the budget at 5 p.m. in the evening. That was a British convention we had followed uselessly. So this is there. And by, of course, the finance minister. Okay, so this is the presentation element of the budget. Now, one more thing. These things are just convention. Don't find, sir, in the constitution, where is it mentioned? It's not mentioned. Okay. Now, understand the concept of budget. Before that, let us solve a question first, and then we'll come back to that point. Solve this question quickly. It also requires some revision element. Let's hope that you have revised. So a lot of you marked C. The Department of Revenue is responsible for the preparation of budget. Department of Economic Affairs. Right? Okay. One is wrong. Remove one. See, 2 is correct because 2 is in all the options. It is a more stupid way to give such options. 2 is everywhere. 2 is correct. No amount can be withdrawn from CFI without the authorization from the Parliament of India. It is correct. All the disbursements made from public account also need the authorization from the Parliament of India. Public account. Do you remember I had given the example that if somebody's son or daughter is getting married, we will not take Parliament's permission. We simply do what? We simply go for executive action. So 3 is wrong, B is wrong, C2 only is the right answer. Okay. So this is with respect to the question. Now, coming to this annual financial statement. Basically, what is this Bahi Khata, this budget? The total money the government will receive and the total money the government will spend in the next 1 year is what is called the budget. That's the entire budgetary exercise. So what happens is that right from the month of say around July, August, September only, we have Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance, all the other ministries, say Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Education, Ministry for Social Justice, all these ministries will send their demand that I want money, I want money, please give me money. Because all these ministries have so many schemes to make. Say, here we have 5 schemes. This ministry has 5 schemes. This ministry has 3 schemes. For all these schemes, money is required. So demand is being made. Now all the senior cabinet ministers, they collectively look into all these demands, and when it comes to all these demands, they feel what demands can be accepted, can be accommodated, what should the budget be like next year, what should be the policy of the budget, rich budget, poor budget, pro-poor, pro-rich, pro-Hindu, pro-Muslim, whatever their feelings are. And the finance minister is giving instructions accordingly, and then in the month of January, the Ministry of Finance, the officers in the budget division, they start preparing the final details of where to give what money, how much to allocate to which ministry, which department. And before the budget is started, we also have the concept of budget halwa. When halwa is prepared, so in India, you have this culture, right? Whenever you have to start something auspicious, you eat something sweet. Remember your exam days? Curd and sugar, curd and jaggery, though marks remain the same only. But our parents used to feed us curd and jaggery as if something will change. But we knew very well, we have not studied anything, dependent on our friends for answers and chits, but still. Okay. So this is with respect to the various demands made by the various ministries. So budget halwa is prepared. Halwa is eaten by all the members of the finance Ministry of Finance. So if you are posted there, you'll get to eat budget halwa. It's not some amazing thing, it's a basic halwa only. What is so amazing there? But yes, you will get to eat halwa and then go and prepare the budget and keep it secret. Okay. So this is the basic funda. Now we'll see how all these steps are incorporated at the parliamentary level. Because see, government has made all these allocations, but where is money coming from? CFI. So to take out money from CFI and spend on all these schemes, what is required? Parliament's permission. So eventually we have to take the Parliament's permission. That's where the story starts. So first things first, presentation. Budget is presented, and on the day the budget is presented, the very next day, the entire newspaper is full of articles on budget, and every aspirant thinks every article is important, though most articles are not important. But FOMO factor, fear of missing out, it's always there. So the FOMO factor is there. So this is with respect to the presentation. Presentation means introduction. So this budget is presented by the finance minister. On what date? On the first working day, this time 1st of Feb 2023. This was a date on which the budget was presented. After the speech is over, after the finance minister has given the speech, then a copy is sent to Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha, come on, take this copy. The problem is, this budget is a money bill. So Rajya Sabha cannot discuss or cannot vote on the bill, right? They can only discuss. Can't vote on demands. Can only discuss. Okay. Presentation is over. That is the first stage. The FM finance minister comes, reads the budget, done. That day's task is over. Now for the next few days in the parliament, the basic budget is discussed, because now the house knows what are the basic aspects, basic elements of the budget, important things, and detailed discussion takes place. Of course, budget is a very technical exercise. How much money to which department, which scheme, which program. So most MPs have no idea what the hell is happening. They keep quiet, but some enthusiastic ministers or MPs keep on discussing for the next 7-8 days, around roughly around 10 odd days, 2 weeks. They'll discuss on what is happening. That is called the general discussion. Next stage, general discussion. Parliament discusses the overall policy of the budget. Charged expenditure is also discussed here. After discussions are over, then the house is adjourned for almost a month. Oh, sorry, it's not a week, my bad, for almost a month. Now, when it comes to almost a month, why? We'll discuss shortly. So, what happens is, in the next 7-8 days, houses will discuss on general aspects on how nice the budget is it pro-poor, is it pro-farmer, all these things. Then we also have to discuss every scheme, every program in detail, because we as MPs in the parliament want to know where the government is spending money. But we don't have the knowledge and expertise. So what we'll do is we'll break this budget into various parts. And we'll send all these parts to various committees. So some people are chosen from both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, those MPs who are interested, who are experts in that area, and that part of budget is sent to those committees. Okay. That is why the house is adjourned for almost a month. So this time the discussion took place till 11th of February. So 2/2/23 to 11/2/23, because 12th and 13th was Saturday, Sunday, I believe. So time not important. Please, time is not important. Okay. So MOSD, some Ministry of Social Justice, any ministry, think of it as some ministry, Ministry of Power, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Education, whatever. Okay, clear on this? Now what happens, all these MPs who are a part of a committee, that committee is called DRSC. We'll discuss this committee under parliamentary committees. DRSC stands for, before you ask, departmentally related standing committee. DRSC. Okay. Now, these DRSCs have 31 MPs each. Total 24 DRSCs are there. DRSC on agriculture, DRSC on education, DRSC on revenue, DRSC on IT, DRSC on chemicals. So that part of the budget is sent to DRSC. So let's say the defense part. This part will be sent to the what? DRSC on defense. Now, the task of this committee is to look into all these new schemes, programs, and give recommendations on pros and cons, good and bad, prepare report. And then these DRSCs will prepare report and submit the report to the presiding officer. Sir, we have made a report. Based on that report, now MPs can discuss. Now spoon feeding will be done to MPs that, sir, here, report, pros, cons. Approve now. Should we give the money to the government or not? That is why committee stage. Like this time it was held from 14 to 23 to 13/3/23. Okay, that's there. Once the committee stage is over, meaning what? All the MPs then come back in the Lok Sabha and they sit in the Lok Sabha and vote on demands. This voting on demands takes place only in the Lok Sabha, not in the Rajya Sabha. As I said here, DRSC, please read this also. DRSC, don't worry, DRSC is a kind of a parliamentary committee which consists of MPs from the parliament who prepare reports. This should be sufficient information for now, details later on. Okay? Now, as I said, let's ignore details. So somebody is asking only ministers. No, ministers can't be members there. Non-ministers are members there. Ignore the details. No point discussing right now. We'll deviate completely from the track. Just think that there are some MPs who are experts in that area. They prepare a report evaluating that ministry's demand. That's it. Simple and sweet. Why to overcomplicate this? When time comes, I'll tell you who can be member, who cannot be member. Not right now. So this is what DRSCs do. Now all the reports have come. All MPs know what is good, what is bad. Now each and every scheme, the speaker will ask the MP, should we approve this scheme? House, should we approve this scheme? Yes or no? House shouts, ayes. Scheme approved. Demand approved. Demand granted. The grants that you are expecting, the demand for grant me some money, given, enjoy. This scheme approved. So every scheme, now report is already there, pros and cons. Ministers discuss, MPs discuss and keep on approving all these demands. This voting for demands takes place only in the Lok Sabha, not in the Rajya Sabha. DRC reports are tabled in the houses. Tabled, placed. Discussions take place on these reports. Now, lot of schemes are there. Sometimes some MPs will not like some scheme. They would like some modification in the scheme. So for that, cut motions are used. What are cut motions? Cut motions used to reduce or remove demands of ministries. Clear? Any kind of change that you want in some scheme, some program, that can be done through cut motion. So there are three kinds of cut motions: economy, token, and disapproval of policy. What is this? Now think of this scheme. Let's say under Ministry of Education, the ministry says in our country the kids are not getting enough nutrition. We want them to have a lot of nutrition, and the midday meals are not really genuine. The quality is not good. Protein is not sufficient. We want to provide sufficient protein. Let's start a scheme called Pradhan Mantri Bodybuilder Yojana. This is a new scheme we are launching. Under the scheme, every kid will be given 1 scoop of whey protein powder. right, to build the body. And for this, we require rupees 10,000 crores. Narendra Modi or Pradhan Mantri Body Builder Yojana, whatever Yojana. Okay, this is a scheme. Now, some MPs can say, sir, what kind of scheme? Why one scoop protein powder? Small kids are there. What will do with 28 grams of protein? We can simply do one thing. Why don't we reduce this one scoop to half a scoop? If we reduce that, protein is also there. This money will also come down to 5,000 crores. We'll save money. Economy cut motion. I am okay with the proposal. Very nice scheme, very good scheme. I am saying, why to waste so much money? Represents wasteful expenditure. Okay. So if this economy cut motion is raised and passed, demand may be reduced by a specific amount. Are you clear on this? For example, if you go to your parents and tell your parents that, or your father, that dad, I want an Apple iPhone. Now India has a store of Apple. I want an Apple iPhone 14 Pro Max Ultra Legend, whatever. Please. Your father does not slap you immediately. He says, why iPhone 14 Pro? Take iPhone 14. Okay, simple. He is not rejecting your demand. He's saying, okay, but rationalize it. Why do you need Pro version? Have the basic version. Save some money. This is called economy cut motion. Second thing, what if, now see, this scheme that is being launched, Bodybuilder Yojana, opposition says, hey, what nonsense is this? You are feeding small kids protein powder, that too one scoop of protein powder, half scoop of protein powder. We don't like this scheme. What is the advantage of the scheme? What if tomorrow all the kids turn to bodybuilders only? No studying going on. All bodybuilders roaming here and there, posting Instagram videos of gym. Okay. So the point being here that opposition has some problem. And if you believe in Ayushman Khurrana, he said that protein powders stays in your body for 3 years. Anyway, so maybe opposition says that no, Rahul Gandhi says no, only I can have six-pack abs in this country. How? Kids, I don't want competition. I'm the only eligible bachelor in the country. So Congress says we don't like this scheme, nonsense scheme. But the problem is, you are sitting in the Lok Sabha and the government has brought this budget. All the MPs from BJP will never support you. They'll always say, yes, bodybuilder Yojana, very good. Narendra Modi, best scheme. Clear? The point here is, then what is the purpose of opposition here? Now, opposition says, see, you are forcing it on me. We don't like this scheme, but because you are in majority, you are passing this scheme. We are raising our protest that we hate this scheme. You please write in record that after 10 years, we can tell the people, see, we told this government not to give protein powder. Now, all this day, the kids only use dumbbells, no pencil, only dumbbells. So, the opposition wants to raise their grievance. But the problem is, this is the Lok Sabha. In the Lok Sabha, the government has majority. Opposition can do nothing about it. Just like when you go to your father for a mobile phone, your mom will say, don't give the phone. I'm telling you, he or she will only watch memes, videos, YouTube, do messaging, SMS, WhatsApp here and there. Right? So I am telling you, if he or she does not clear the exam, don't blame me. So she is ventilating her grievance, saying that, sorry. And you know very well that if anything goes wrong, the fault is of the mobile phone only. There is COVID. Why? Because we have been using mobile phones. If tomorrow there is some solar flare and we all die, our parents will say, use mobile phone. That's the result. So anyway, of course. So the whole point being that the opposition tries to raise their grievance and get it registered. Now it's up to government. So that is called token cut motion. Just for token sake, name sake. Because opposition cannot stop a scheme from being passed, they say, I am raising a token cut motion to ventilate a grievance against a specific scheme. You please reduce the demand by 100 rupees. Now think of this. From rupees 10,000 crores, if you subtract 100 rupees, what happens? Nothing happens. But the point is not that I am reducing the amount. The point is I am raising my grievance. Record it. So that in future I can tell people that, see, we told this government not to bring this scheme. Still they brought this scheme, forcing the majority down our throat. Clear? But if while discussing on the schemes, the MPs in Lok Sabha say, what scheme? What is all this? Every scheme is bogus, useless. The entire scheme, every demand, every program, everything is completely useless. What budget have you made? Only for rich people, right? Only for Ambanis and Adanis, Tatas and Birlas. What about a poor farmer? We don't like this budget. Sorry. The entire Lok Sabha rejects the entire budget only, saying useless. Don't discuss. What is there to discuss? Now, when the entire budget, Lok Sabha rejects the budget, what is going to happen? They'll ask the government, how much money do you want? Government says, sir, we want very small amount, just 45 lakh crore rupees. Lok Sabha says, how much? 45 lakh crores. Okay. Since we disapprove of the entire policy of the budget, you want how much? 45 lakh crores. Take 1 rupee. Take it, enjoy. It's like you go to your father and say, mobile phone, iPhone. Your father says, oh, iPhone. How much was your last mock test score? You say -2. Your father says, okay, take 1 rupee. Go and purchase iPhone 14 Pro Max 1 TB model. Enjoy. What's this nonsense? You know very well. It's not possible. But government is demanding 45 lakh crores and you are giving us 1 rupee. How will the country run? But the bigger problem is, how did this get passed in the Lok Sabha? If passed, amounts to no confidence motion. It's not possible only. It is not possible. How can you get this passed? In the Lok Sabha, where the government has majority, can't even think of getting it passed. But if it is passed, this means what? Government doesn't enjoy the majority in the Lok Sabha. See, I am demanding 45 lakh crore rupees and I am getting 1 rupee. How will I run the country? If government is Shivaji the boss, then they can run the country. But nobody is Shivaji the boss. How can they run the country with 1 rupee? Have you seen Shivaji the boss? I hope you have. So, the banter between Rajnikant and Adi. So, that is the beauty of Rajnikant, not the government. So, disapproval of policy cut. But don't worry, it is never passed. Okay. Because government will always enjoy majority in the Lok Sabha. This is, so these are the some cut motions used where voting takes place and all the schemes are approved. Then through closure motion, the demand for grants are approved. What is closure motion? We close the discussion. They can be of various kinds. Like simple closure. Please pay attention. What is simple closure? See, all the motions are passed by simple majority only. Please refer to the list on majorities in the legislature. Please do it. It's very easy. Click, open the PDF, view the list to your heart's content. Now think of it. What is logical? I will take up this scheme. House, should he pass it? Yes, ayes, passed. Next scheme, House, should he pass it? Ayes, passed. Take a scheme, discuss it, pass it. But a lot of schemes are not new. For example, Narega. Narega is a scheme which started in 2008. Every year, the same Narega scheme continues. Why do you have to discuss it again and again? So not every scheme is discussed. only few select important schemes are discussed. So we skip the schemes in between, discuss this, skip it, discuss this, discuss this, discuss this. So only new schemes are discussed. What is Narega? Forget, Narega is a scheme which is a very old scheme to provide employment to people in rural parts of the country. Ignore what is Narega. Narega will study in your social justice classes. What is Narega? Or Google search for it. NREGA, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. So lot of midday meal scheme, you know, right? Midday meal scheme, everybody knows. Free food in the school. That scheme is a very old scheme. It always continues. Why to discuss that scheme again and again? So we will not discuss all the schemes. We will discuss only important schemes and skip the middle ones, assume that they are passed. That is called kangaroo closure. Simple closure means voting on matter takes place after debate is complete. Kangaroo closure means only important clauses are discussed and the intervening clauses are skipped and assumed to be passed. Old schemes are there, what to discuss? Sometimes there can be similar schemes also. For example, let us say these two schemes are very similar to each other. So we'll club them together and approve them together. Why to approve them separately? Wasting time. We don't have much time. Time is only till 31st of March. It's already 13th, 14th of March. We have to pass the budget very, very quickly. Are you clear? So that is called closure by compartment. The clauses of a bill or a lengthy resolution are grouped into parts and voted as a whole. Okay? And the House decides what is important, what is not. Who else will decide? The presiding officer decides. That's it. The people there collectively take decisions. Everything is decided by people collectively. Are you clear? Closure by compartment. Lastly, when not much time is left, what we'll do is say, guys, we have discussed so much. It's already 23rd of March. We want to get the bill budget passed. Should we pass everything? House says, yes, sir, we are getting bored, pass everything. The debate is cut short and the entire matter is put to vote. So, whatever is left, all these things are left. We'll say, should we pass it or do you want to discuss it? House says, sir, pass it. Guillotine closure. So closure motions are used to end or to approve the passage of a scheme, a bill, etc. That's called closure motion. Not really important for the examination, but you should know how the budget is passed. That's all as far as the budget is passed. Clear on this? That is what is guillotine. Somebody had asked me what is guillotine. Guillotine basically refers to ending, cutting short a debate and ending the discussion, putting the matter to vote is called guillotine. Cutting comes from uh, the 18th century. There is a machine which used to chop off the neck of people that was called guillotine. Anyway, so guillotine refers to cutting short the debate, putting the matter to vote. All the demands are approved. Now, what is the next step? We'll discuss that, but not today, tomorrow. So let that be an end for today's class. Let's meet tomorrow again and discuss all these important elements. Till then, that's all for me, guys. Jai Hind. And I'll take your questions if you have any. Tanmay, no. Debate means discussion. Anand Padmanabhan will have to refer to, just write a mail to me and we'll see what can be done here. You need a mentor's call for this. Sir, please answer. Sir, guys, don't ask a question like this. Please answer this. Write a question, because I will not be able, I have to find out the question. It's a large group, so it takes time. I don't get this statement. So please write the question. No problem. Token motion. Token cut motion. See, as I gave the example of your mother only, that she will not show any interest in a particular scheme, or say you purchase a mobile phone, but she has no control over it. Maybe your father has control over it. So she'll only ventilate her grievance. That's it. So that in future she can say, see, I told you not to get a mobile phone. Same thing for the opposition. In the Lok Sabha, what can opposition do? Nothing. Okay. Rakhi, trust vote happens when the government has to prove the majority in the house. Yes, Sushmit, partly correct. Saurabh, let's not discuss that CGI statement. CGI statement is very vague. It has a lot of problems. We understand that you have a right to choose your gender, but you can't force other people to follow that gender for you. Imagine if somebody claims that a man says, I am a woman, now please allow me to use your ladies' washroom. Of course not. Will any woman allow her 6-year-old daughter to share a washroom with a male who claims that I'm a female? Just because you claim something, you may feel like that, no problem. But eventually, we have to draw the lines. The boundaries have to be drawn. Tanmay, Raj Sabha has no power over money bill. Forget that. No power only. They can only discuss the money bill. That's it. Nothing. They can do nothing about it. Magesh, ventilating grievance means to express disapproval about something. Priyanshu, Financial Bill 1 and 2. Financial Bill 1 means a bill which contains, see, you'll have to understand that through an example only. Otherwise, it's just a definition. Okay. Financial bill basically refers to, type 1 refers to a bill wherein you have some elements of Article 110, maybe imposing some tax, etc. But not just that. Some other things are also there in the bill. That is what makes the bill a financial bill. Otherwise, it would be a money bill only. Type 2 means a bill which has got nothing to do with CFI, but later on, some kind of expenditure from CFI may be required. See, closure motion, Rakhi and Baldev, is a way to close a debate and approve a proposal. Closure, as the word from the word close, is closure. So, approving, passing something after debate, that's called closure. So, various ways are used. We sometimes discuss everything in detail. Sometimes we club 2-3 things together and discuss. Sometimes we skip on some things and discuss only important things. And sometimes eventually, when no time is left, like say towards the last part, we'll simply say, guys, let's not discuss, let's approve everything together. Guillotine closure. SIEN compartment, again the same logic. Couple of things, let's say you want to take permission from your teacher for something. You go separately. Sometimes 2 or 3 people can go together also for permission. Same thing. Permission is approval. One person goes, simple closure. 2-3 people collectively go, compartment closure. Closure by compartment. We are making compartments and placing 2-3 schemes in one compartment and approving it. Anupam, revision. Kritika, resolution is just refer to Article 67B. You'll understand what is the resolution. Nisarg, who decides motion is adjournment motion? Are 50 MPs who give a notice, they will say I am giving an adjournment motion. Who will decide? I will give a note. When I am raising a motion, I'll tell the House that this is a motion. So 50 MPs who have signed it, they will say, we want this adjournment motion. Okay? And why will the minister raise this motion? It's always the opposition parties. Puny judges XY means, puny means junior. So in our country, puny judges means other judges except Chief Justice. They are called puny. Magesh, you have asked all the closure motions one by one. I've explained this again. See, firstly, closure motions, separate question, not possible. Just understand the logic behind it. The words are very clear. If you understand the logic, everyone, you will be able to understand the closure motion also. The logic is, I want to eventually end the discussion and put the matter to vote. That is the logic. Eventual discussion has to stop at some point of time. Voting has to take place. So now there are hundreds of schemes. If we keep on discussing every scheme, it will take 200 years to pass the budget. So we have to expedite that activity, make it fast, quick. So for that, I won't discuss everything. Like a kangaroo, I'll hop. Kangaroo, I'll hop. All the new schemes I'll discuss. Old schemes we'll skip. We'll assume they're passed. Kangaroo closure. Hop from one scheme to the other, leave the middle ones, fourth one, ninth one, 14th one, kangaroo closure. For all those who had a problem. Yes, Rakhi, 101. Exactly. Shalja, revising slides again and again and solving questions. More and more questions. Okay, sorry. Final leaderboard. So these 4 people have got all 8 correct. Abhijit, Devansh, Usha and Vaishna. And let's put an end to our discussion here. That is going to be all for me. In case you have any questions, queries, concerns, please get the experts to resolve them, or else tomorrow we'll discuss those again. Right? Please go back home. You are in the house already. Please revise and we'll meet tomorrow. Till then, that's all for me. Jai Hind.